the chairperson at the time, who is now retired, her name just escapes me, but I think you know who I'm talking about. But whilst I was an attorney, I became an appropriate dispute resolution practitioner with qualifications as an arbitrator, mediator, trainer, facilitator, and so on, through the auspices of EMSA, Independent Mediation Services of South Africa. And those experiences and my experiences as a labor law practitioner got me into the drafting committee to draft the Labor Relations Act, which also then means that I have experience in legislation, drafting legislation. But also these qualifications and experiences in appropriate dispute resolution holds me in good stead as a commissioner, has done so in the past, and I'll explain as I go along. I've had some interesting encounters in the last 3 or 4 years. I was roped into being on the advisory committee to domesticate international law on people with disabilities. The draft went out for public comment at the end of last year, and we are in the process of pulling that together through the South African Law Reform Commission. The International Labour Organization assigned me to a commission of inquiry, and this was started while I was still on the bench in KwaZulu-Natal. And then just before that, I was asked to chair a technical committee on whistleblowers by the ILO. I'm an executive director on the Democratic Governance and Rights Unit, one of the entities that nominated me for this position. I am now the vice chairperson of Cancer, which is a non-profit, and my work there is entirely voluntary. And then, of course, I was appointed as a commissioner to the Electoral Commission in 2018, just as I ended my term as an acting judge in the Supreme Court of Appeal. Shall I pause there for any questions?
Yeah, and you were in that position until now?
Yes. I must say that the first 3 or 4 years as a commissioner, I was an apprentice, I think. A newbie learning the ropes. You can read the legislation, but there's so much more to it. The human experience of elections, both as somebody who runs the elections and manages it, and someone who votes on the other end. Excuse me. So it's actually more recently.
Take your time.
Hotter than I expected. So, as a judge in office and as a commissioner, I managed that because by getting time out from the JP to attend all the commission meetings, to get time out to for about a month or so before elections, in order to prepare for elections. So when we were in season, I was more or less full-time with the commission. That was mostly it. Then, in 2023, January, I retired. That is after 23 years of service on the bench. And it was also a time when all these other responsibilities were gelling. But more importantly, I took the time, I took the retirement option at that time, well, having completed 23 years, and also because it was possible, I was able to do it. But I had planned to complete my postdoctoral work, which was on ice, and I must say it's still on ice. But that was the plan to take the early retirement so that I could have a clear runway to sit and write and think. But also while I was a judge, I did my work, and the JP was considered to give me, assign me more criminal work, which allowed me to manage my diary better. But nevertheless, it meant that I do a day's work in court, come out of court, do whatever else is necessary in chambers, and then at 10 o'clock at night, you start working on the IEC correspondence. And as it gets closer to elections, the correspondence just generates. So, for the IEC to get more attention, it was necessary for me to extricate myself from a number of other things. Can I continue?
Yes, if there's more.
All right, so that's basically the background to my professional qualifications and how I came into the IEC in the initial days. But before I go on to what I did in the IEC, let me highlight, Chair, Chief Justice, that this is a tough job. And it takes not just a law degree or any number of law degrees. You need to have good health because you need stamina for long nights without sleep. When you have to deal with objections, 24 hours, 36 hours without sleep. And you have to be very attentive.
That should not have been a problem for you coming from the bench. That's our life.
Well, in the middle of the night, it's a struggle, and you have to build in mechanisms to cope. Long-haul flights, there are many, and often. So to be able to do all of that. You also have to be technologically competent, and it means more than being able to open your laptop and send or receive emails. The last few pieces of litigation we had against us was highly technical, and it required us to understand how our technology works, what systems we have, what's doable, what's not. Doesn't mean that we all have to become programmers, but we need to understand how, for instance, the online candidate nomination systems work, how the VMD, the voter management devices work, to be able to defend ourselves when those processes are under attack. And I did mention that dispute resolution skills is vital. And here I'm speaking not just as a practitioner in that field, but also as a litigant. We have to have a bit of, well, a huge dose of humility. We have to have very thick skins. The attacks, as you might have been aware, have been vicious, ad hominem, and also institutional. And when do we defend ourselves, how do we defend ourselves, is very critical to whether we escalate the conflict or whether we de-escalate and mitigate. And always remembering that we're a service to the stakeholders, the political parties and the voters, and not to alienate ourselves or compromise our integrity in the course of, and in the ways in which we intervene. So my election management experience, initially I was drawn into or assigned to the Election Management Committee, which is really the engine room of elections. It deals with everything about elections, from the preparation of the voters' roll, going out and having voters, voter registration weekends, the by-elections, registration of candidates, then the objections to both the voters' roll, the candidates, litigation about the elections. So it really is the engine room of elections. And then when Commissioner Love, her term came to an end, which was about April 2023, then I was assigned two of her committees. The first was the Political Funding Committee and the Outreach and International Relations Committee. The other component of that committee, the Research and Knowledge Management, at the time was under the chairpersonship of Dr. Masuku. But now I chair both the outreach and the research committees. So what does this committee do? It, as its name suggests, we're involved in outreach work, education and communication, information sharing, the media. We reach out to the universities, to the students, to the schools. Our schools democracy program is huge. And of course we do international travel and observations. So what did I innovate in that committee? As it may be your experience as well, but whenever there's international travel, there's a lot of interest from staff and commissioners, and it becomes an area of contestation and competition as to who should qualify. So one of the things that I introduced was to achieve accountability, transparency, and predictability. I introduced a system of scheduling. So every invitation we get, it's on a schedule. Which commissioner or which staff member traveled is put onto that schedule, and so on. So everybody is aware of who's traveled, who's due to travel, and there's the perception that one is being left out or anyone else is being favored is put in abeyance. In the course of that, we also divided the schedule into Africa-wide travel and travel beyond the continent, and so the schedule is designed on that basis. But the other insistence from my side was that people who travel must report, and although this might have been a requirement, it wasn't as emphasized as I did, because there were people who were not reporting. And there's a column on the schedule of those who do report. So if you've put in your report, it shows up. And if you haven't put in a report, it tells and holds the people accountable for their report. And reporting, of course, is a PFMA and Treasury requirement. If you're spending public money, you've got to account for it. So that is the other committee that I've been involved in. The political party funding, I was there for a short while and chaired that committee. And when Janet Love returned, she resumed her chairpersonship of that committee. There wasn't too much to innovate at that time with this committee. It was a very short period, but we did look at and the discussion about having a political party funding conference germinated during my time and matured earlier this year in Cape Town. So, of course, I've been involved in 3 elections, and with the elections go a number of public events, stakeholder meetings, media briefings. We also have to engage with the the State President's Office, the Department of Home Affairs, and International Relations, and also with local government, COCTA. There's also meetings with international observers. I omitted to mention that part of OCI, the Outreach Committee, is to manage the system of observers, which is huge in South Africa. We had over 200 observers at the last elections. So we've got an online system where people apply, put up their constitutions, and it's my responsibility to sign off on whether they comply with the requirements or not. It's done online, and which is also another reason why one needs to be tech savvy to be able to do all of that. And increasingly, we're moving in that direction. The first judges' conference that the IEC hosted, I initiated in partnership with the Democratic Governance and Rights Unit. It was one of those Montfleur events. And now the second one is in the pipeline for later this year. So it's planned to be a bigger conference than the one that we've had previously. I've had 10 observer missions, Africa and abroad, in 7 countries and 4 continents plus the Maldives, which I don't think falls into any continent but in the region. What do I learn from these observations? Chief Justice, it's well, there are many learnings. Let me start with a comparison with our observation system and the observation system of other countries. Our observation system is, as I explained, you apply, you get, if you're approved, you're in. And then we have a briefing of our observers. But our observers are free to choose what they observe, where they go, who they speak to. So it's not a visitor's program as such. It is a proper observation. And we facilitate, the IEC facilitates all the logistics to enable them to reach these, their points of interest. Increasingly, elections are becoming volatile, not just well, let me say South Africa had a very peaceful election last year. The incidence of violating the code and so on has dropped phenomenally. And the one that we did take up to court resulted in the prosecution and imprisonment of the people found guilty. But otherwise, the complaints were fewer than in the past and certainly quite peaceful. Some of the other countries, that hasn't been the case. We have a code of conduct. Not every jurisdiction has a code or implements it in the way that we do. So those are good things that we do. I must say, and if I may boast a bit about our commission, it's a world-class organization.
Well, maybe let's just pause there. You describe the commission as world-class, and you describe last year's elections as, well, to paraphrase, smooth. But for someone who says we observed elections that were beset by voter apathy, and a host of, not few, a host of complaints about the efficacy of the Commission's processes, which ended up in court. Many of us spent sleepless nights for almost 2 months, if not longer, and most of those cases, concerned the manner in which the IEC had conducted conducted the elections. Now, I would like you to tell me, or you speak of learnings which you have gained from the elections at home and all these places you've visited on observer missions. But how exactly, I mean, let me just lump up this question into what the other one I wanted to ask you after this one. You are asking for literally a second bite at the cherry, and we have experienced these issues I'm talking about. Now, what would these learnings you speak of, if anything, would help to improve the recent troubles we had in the last election in May of 2024?
Thank you.
I mean, put simply, what new insights, what new perspectives, what new skills would you be bringing if you are reappointed?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
To CJ. I think I was at that point, and thank you. I was saying that we're a world-class organization. Partly why we're a world-class organization is because we have a multi-layered checking system. So for every electronic step we take, we have a hard copy, we have a backup, we have a database. So the VMD fails, you've got a voter's roll that's in the hard copy. When you cast your ballot, there are party agents in attendance. When the votes are counted, party agents are there, but there's a double entry system of the results sheet onto the computer system. So when you enter the first round, the screen clears, you enter second round. If there's a discrepancy, it shows up. Then it goes through an audit process. And we have auditors who are appointed independently. They've got nothing to do with our staff. That audited result, I'm just giving a shortened version of the process, goes into several data banks. And when it is cleared up of all contestation, it shows up on the leaderboard. And when it goes onto the leaderboard, everybody gets it, the media, the political parties, and everybody. So it's a multi-layered system to minimize the risks of miscounting or and to be accountable and to be transparent as possible in the process. Oh, and also to safeguard ourselves, our data from cyber attacks, which we must do. Then the other part of the commission is that it's a learning organization, and it self-corrects. So the mistakes that we had in 2019 don't exist anymore. The indelible ink is not an issue. Ballot papers not being distributed enough or on time didn't arise in the last elections. Why? Because we have, for instance, the VMD, which is voter management device, which records, and one of the apps, applications, is about ballot distribution. So let me digress a bit to explain what this VDM is all about, the voter management device. It's like a cell phone, in other words. It's a device which has apps, applications. And on this device, there are 5 applications. And 4 of them work magnificently. I mentioned the ballot tracking. The other is opening and closing of of voting stations. Now, that is no longer a problem it might have been in sporadic places in 2019. So that's also an issue that we've managed to resolve. We've had, let me go to the parts that troubled voters and our stakeholders. The first was the long queues. The long queues were not that many. Of course, the media does report that there were many long queues, but in the total scheme of things, our annual report actually gives you the numbers. They weren't that many, but if you don't believe us, look at the HSRC, the Human Sciences Research Council's voter satisfaction survey. People who stayed even for 2 hours were not anti the IEC, were still concerned about casting their votes and the criticism. There was some empathy for the IEC. That's still not a basis for us to sit on our laurels. So the first thing is, part of the problem was that the voter management device did not work optimally. What happened to it was that it was tested, stress tested beforehand. But just remember, we had less than a month to prepare for these elections. The amendments to the legislation were passed on the 5th of May, came into operation on the 8th of May, and by the end of that month we were running an election. So our systems had to be jacked up very quickly. The stress testing we did as best we could, but on voting day, when there was a flood of searches simultaneously, that single thread could not manage the load. And so when it timed out, when the entries timed out, they continued to save the same voters' information. As a result, the entire service on that app alone was slowed down. And then the backup kicked in, which was the hard copy. And hence, in some places, the queues were long. And yes, we could do better, and that's definitely one of the things that we on our agenda. Also, we had complaints about some of our voting staff at the stations not handling the situation as well as they were trained to. So you're probably aware that we've attracted a lot of criticism for using teachers, not using people who are unemployed. And we've now come to realize that unless we have people who have some leadership, managerial skills at the voting station, who are able to assert themselves and manage powerful people who sometimes impose themselves at the voting station, and who are able to manage any conflicts, but also know the systems well. We are going to relook at the recruitment. Let me just say on recruitment, nobody gets recruited without all the political parties and the public having a say. There's a short list of potential staff, and we employ over 200,000 on voting day. And that is a huge number of people to ensure that every human being is doing what every human being is supposed to do. And as you know, where there's human beings and where there's also technology, something slips between the cracks. And on a percentage basis, one has to look at the flaws. And certainly, we will self-correct even on that score. Already we've commissioned work on the VMD to increase the number of threads. And the litigation. Chief Justice, we had 87 cases in 2024. We won all of them, election-related. I'm not talking about labor and all of that. Election-related, save for 2 that are currently on appeal. The one is that we lost, related to whether voting abroad can be conducted before high commissioners or before at venues where there isn't a recognized presence of a consular or consular service. And that, I think, is before the I know that it is before the Supreme Court of Appeal. The second is a case that in which the Electoral Court found in our favor, and there's an application for leave to appeal to a higher court. Not sure whether it's the Supreme Court of Appeal or the Constitutional Court, but the paperwork is still underway. The pleadings are still working its way across, and that is one of the cases which deals with the technology quite extensively. So, as you can see from the number of cases that we've had, that this institution doesn't escape the lawfare in the negative sense of that, in which that word is sometimes used. It is a terrain of war, and we have to defend our institution as best we can.
Right. You've listed a number of qualities as critical survival skills for this job: vigor, good health, ability to bend both ends of the candle all at once, and the wisdom of Solomon. Are you telling us that you possess these qualities?
Yes, CJ, with all humility. I think practicing yoga and qigong are part of the survival skills. Maintaining good health, generally exercising regularly is part of that.
You were a modern dance teacher in your past life. I saw that in your CV.
Oh, yeah.
So you've always been active.
I had those opportunities, and besides, I had to earn a living teaching dance in the early days, I think 1975 or so.
What would you say to someone, and I have to ask this because these issues do arise, what would you say to someone who says, you've had your 6 years and some odd in the commission, you're not so young, would it not be an opportune moment to give someone younger a chance?
Chief Justice, I think that would be an ideal to strive for going forward. But as I pointed out, to be a judge full-time, and I'm assuming a young person is going to be a full-time judge, and to do this job is quite challenging. Increasingly, the litigation is proliferating. But now is the time for me to give back all this investment that the IEC has made in me. I mean, these training skills that we're exposed to, the briefings by experts, by the HSRC, the overseas trips and so on, it's time to give back. And it would be, I would have to rechannel it if I'm not appointed into academic work and so on. But I think I am at the right place, and I'm fit and able to do this until a younger person and someone else is able to step into the shoes. And Chief Justice, we have to look for that person.
Thank you, Judge Pillay. I will now hand over to my colleagues to put questions to you if they have any, starting with Mr. Nielsen over there.
Thank you, CJ. With your experience at the IEC, and the question was asked, what can you improve and what can you what can you chop and change, or what will make the IEC more efficient. And one of the issues is around voter education. And because that also leads to the apathy of voters and so on. So is there room for improvement in that? And what would you bring to improve that voter education?
Thank you, Dr. Nissen. And Chief Justice, I realize I didn't answer part of your question, and that is the low voter turnout, which I'm going to deal with now. So let those figures speak for themselves. With learners, last election, we reached over 200,000 learners. University and TVET colleges, we reached over 20,000. We harvested less than 5,000 registered voters from the colleges. So what happened? We did our job in terms of reaching out. We made available the voter registration system in terms of getting youth votes. Part of the going on to an online voter registration system was to attract that constituency as well. And it worked. It worked as best as we could, because many of the online registrations came from the youth, and we did harvest more than we expected. The numbers are available. So there's a big gap between what services we do and the responses. So we are looking at trying to make that more interesting. And yes, that is one of our projects. We take co-responsibility with the political parties for ensuring a high poll. We try to have 2 voter registration weekends, and in the past they cost about R500,000 each. So if we have budget, we could do more, but as you know, everybody is trying to work within budget, which is shrinking. Also, the low polls, we have target groups besides the youth vote. Oh, just on the youth vote also, you'll see our marketing materials. We use mainly youthful images, but we also have elderly people, not to alienate them. But also we try to create vibey content so that the youth actually are attracted by it. Going forward, our country and many other jurisdictions are shifting away from hard copy posters and billboards. They're far more expensive, and the amount of bang you get from those bucks is quite disproportionate, and you get a lot more at a better rate from social media, and we're on all the platforms, and of course that's where the youth play. We have a disability segment of our outreach work, and before every election and outside of it, we reach out. Our access to voting stations, voting materials, is as far as possible made accessible to as many differently abled people. And of course, the provinces hold Women's Day, and not only Women's Day events, but they have very significant outreach programs for women, to the extent that there was one that was
Oh, sorry about that, Judge Pillay. Carry on, please.
to the extent that there's one that's been running, I'm told, for about 11 years, and I was invited last year. But women paid their own way to attend. And it was so inspiring, and I'm just saying that people taking responsibility for their lives. And one of the contributors who came straight off the floor to speak, and her message was etched in my memory, is that good manners, that's what we need to instill in our children and our young people, and amongst all of us. Good manners, respect for each other and for our differences. So it was a memorable event, and so the outreach programs are multifaceted. It's a huge part of our budget. Have I answered both of you now?
Thanks, Diya.
Yeah.
You hinted now, said that, in doing benchmarking, that you using technology, and that maybe there will come a time that you do away with billboards, etc. But there are some places in the rural areas and other places where people do not, everybody doesn't have access to that. And even if they do have, sometimes you don't even have a reception in those areas. So how are you going to handle that?
Of course, we are sensitive to that, and also the HSRC surveys show us where the extent to which people have access to devices. And while most people do have devices or access to them, there are few, and also data and connectivity may be a problem. As I said, we're a multi-layered service. There will be hard copies. There will be in-person connections. There will be voter education programs on the radios. The radio is a very big part of our education program, and is increasingly so. And, having this media conference this year is building up that strategy of access to voters, to improve our communication systems, to be more user-friendly and less technical in, for instance, in our communication.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, Public Protector.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Judge Pillay.
Good morning, Advocate Kaleke.
The issue of voter apathy, it's been part of quite research and in writings post the last elections. Now, the IEC's role in our democracy is to strengthen constitutional democracy through delivering free and fair elections. But most importantly, this is also encompassed by safeguarding the foundations of democratic participation. In your view, do you think the voter apathy threatens this role of the IEC to strengthen our constitutional democracy?
Thank you, Advocate. I think the plummeting rolls is a threat to sovereignty, not just the IEC. If people don't vote. Chief Justice, in 1999, voter satisfaction was 65%. In the last elections, it plummeted to 25%. In the previous elections, we had a 63% voter turnout. In the last elections, it was 58%. It is a worry for everybody, not just the IEC. The IEC is doing what it is meant to do: educate, outreach, communicate, hold the voters voter registration weekends. But we're not the only player in exciting people to get to the ballot box and to vote for the candidates of choice. So, as I mentioned, that we're a self-correcting organization too. And we never put our backs up when we take criticism from the portfolio committee, which we did last week, or from the media, or from the political party liaison committee, which is a consultative committee. We really seriously look at how better we can do this. So it's also not a concern for South Africa only. Polls are plummeting internationally. There is some revival in the Baltic region, where the threat to sovereignty is heightened by the Ukraine, USS, Soviet Union, Russia contestation. But otherwise, voters are disaffected. And HSRC's survey attributes a good part of that to the lack of service deliveries, to the failure to deliver on the livelihood rights to water, housing, shelter, health, and so forth. So, unless people have a stake in the society and in the elections, their participation might be muted going forward. So it is a very, very real problem. Some jurisdictions have thresholds that you've got to have X percentage of voters so that you can declare an election valid. We don't have that. And in those jurisdictions, like Italy recently had to rerun its elections because it didn't meet that threshold. Thank you.
What's your view around the issue of the threshold? Do you think it's a reform that's required in our electoral system?
Well, I can only give a personal opinion because the Reform Commission is busy with its work. It might be early days to set such a threshold. We are still trying to the focus of this reform is essentially to democratize deeper, to enable independent candidates and voters, possibly, to have a more direct say in the representation. And it might be setting a threshold for minimum voter turnout might be something that a more sophisticated society would find useful.
Around the aspect of independent candidates, how do you think the playing fields can be leveled, considering that they be contesting amongst well-established political parties that have quite a following, funding, etc.? How do you think the issue of the independent candidates should be managed in order to ensure that they too have got a fair opportunity?
Thank you. Sorry. One of the things that the political funding law is aimed at is to provide some form of funding for qualifying independent representatives and political parties. And we were able to fund 15 of those representative political parties. But funding is not the only thing. But that is what is in our remit. That is what we can do. And it is on, although there's a flat rate, there's also a proportional element to it, all with the aim of achieving equity, meaning fairness, not necessarily equality, which is a different thing altogether. But, ultimately, voters will support candidates and parties in whom they have trust. We have humanitarian organizations, for example, who at the click of a finger are able to raise millions, and people see that the millions raised in 15 minutes is going directly to a borehole. And so if that kind of system is practice is implemented, I can't see why people won't support authentic leaders committed to the welfare of the livelihood rights of people, the voters. It can be done.
A last one from my side. I mean, you've alluded to the extensive research that you've done and best practices that you've been exposed to. What is your view around transforming the system into electronic voting and most probably to boost the voter turnout and most particularly around the youth?
Thank you. Let me say up front, e-voting, electronic voting, is not on the agenda for the forthcoming elections. What we have started is what we must, and that is not to bury our heads in the sand and assume e-voting is not going to be something to deal with. We've had an international conference on e-voting. We have had experts. We've had talk us through the different options. We've had the content and app developers give us different options. That process is being consulted upon nationwide. Provinces are meeting with stakeholders going forward. And at the appropriate stage, once we've got the feedback, we will assemble the pros and cons and what might work best for us. Ultimately, it's a parliamentary question. It's a question for Parliament to decide on, and we would, as usual, advise on the pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages of particular systems, as we do in the past, minding our place as not being legislators, but as technical experts.
Thank you, CJ. That would be all from my side.
All right. Advocate Mkhwele?
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Judge, I just wanted to... Oopsie. Thank you. Sorry. Good morning, Judge. Judge, I just wanted you to take us through... You have given a picture of an improved voting situation over the years, and to some extent I would agree with you up to 2019. For 2024, my impressions were that the challenges were actually more than before. Voter apathy has already been mentioned, but you had situations where so many droves of people, because I monitored about 6 stations, were turned back because the machines would not pick up their IDs. Some would be told you are at the wrong station, you are supposed to be at this and this station. And a lot of the people who are being told that would say, where is that? I don't even know that place. So I think the capturing inside. And you had fewer boxes, for example, of those ballots. And that was causing confusion for party agents, because when you say this box is full, let's seal it. This one is bursting at the seams. Let's re-seal that one that we had closed. It causes confusion. There was also challenges with regards to how far party agents go to ensure free and fair elections. I'll give you an example. When I come in and I say, I am blind, I'm here to vote for Party A. I was at a station where party agents were debating that this person has got to tell them what she or he would like to vote for, and they watch the IEC person make that mark for them there. You see, and that takes away the free, fair, and confidentiality of the situation. And I can understand where party agents are coming from sometimes to say, how do we know that you will not go to B instead of A as expressed? So I think I'm just mentioning this to say, with growth that you guys are implementing, just make sure that the nuances of voting are also attended to. And I know it was the first time that you had not been using the teachers and other people. So it was a new cohort, and training was not up to scratch, from my side. Things like communicating with the municipality, for example, for traffic management. You had situations where the streets are so narrow that it becomes almost like a taxi station where people are supposed to vote. Those were just some of the things. So maybe if you can give me your views. I know you are bursting your bubble in terms of that glossy picture that you gave us. How then have you responded to those?
Thank you for that. Let me deal with the voting station issues. As you correctly identify, a competent, experienced, confident presiding officer would be able to manage all those problems, would be able to call the local police, call the area manager, who is an IEC official, to intervene if that person. So to know what to do comes with the training and the caliber of the person that we employ. As far as disability is concerned, the ideal is if the person who has a disability is accompanied by somebody they trust, but if they don't, then the assistance of the staff would be available. And again, it's a matter of the training of the staff to be able to inform those assembled how people with disabilities must vote, and must be able to do it with confidence so that there isn't a debate. Yes, the other thing that we highlighted from this election was the Section 24 amendment that we effected. So this was the amendment that confines voters to vote at the places where they are registered. Now, this was done to counter double voting, which we experienced in the previous election. And we eliminated that problem for this election because we didn't have that problem. But what we recognize is that we needed to pump up the education and communication about voting in the area and in the voting station where you are registered. So that is a message that we needed to, and we will be emphasizing. But if it's any consolation, that the margin of error of spoiled ballots had actually dropped. I think it was 0.1% or 0.01% for this election. But it had dropped since the last election. So we didn't do too badly in terms of our systems. And the criticisms we have this year are far fewer than the ones that we've had in the past. Thank you.
If you were to be reappointed, how would you approach the issue of regulation of independent candidates? In a country like ours, where being a political public representative, pardon me, public representative has got the lowest requirement in terms of who should be. How would you regulate that so that we don't end up with a situation where you have, what can I say, 1 million, I know I'm exaggerating, individuals saying, I'm standing as a public representative. What measures have been put in place by the IEC? I know you guys were working on something, and yeah.
Chief Justice and Commissioners, it is a big problem. We had over 556 some odd parties registered in the last elections. It is a massive business of consulting and servicing that number of people. We had 14,000 candidates standing for elections to fill 887 posts, which means that we had over 13,000 people who were disappointed. I hope anyone aspiring to stand for elections will bear these numbers in mind when they do make their choices, because it's not easy. And we set thresholds for candidates to participate. Remember, it came to us so late. But what is the objective basis on which to set the threshold? And we based it on the voter registration, the past, and the number of seats in that legislature to get some objective understanding of what a candidate must achieve to qualify. Not many did. But you will remember also that the Constitutional Court ruled us out as on the registration requirement, and they dropped it to 1,000 voters to signify their support for a candidate, which, of course, was another adjustment that we had to make later on. But it's a costly business, and it's sad that people who don't win a seat lose their deposits. So unemployment is rife. Maybe that's where the solution lies, is to give people a stake in the economy at some level so that going to Parliament doesn't seem the option of last resort.
CJ, just last one. Yes. I just want to find out what measures, if you were to be returned as a commissioner, you would recommend be put in place for the emerging parties and independent candidates to account for the funding that they get. We read in the papers huge monies, huge amounts that had been given to individuals and parties, and up to now, I think South Africans have never had any of those come back and say, of the so many millions, this is how I used it. But why I'm saying South Africans is because all that is apportioned and made available in the name of South Africans to strengthen democracy.
Thank you. Well, the party funding law sets thresholds. Beyond 100,000, you must disclose a donation to that effect. There's thresholds about what money you can receive from foreign governments and their agencies, not more than 5 million. And there's also thresholds of what you can receive from any single individual or entity. That is 15 million, but Parliament has decided to increase that to 30 million. Also, the 100,000 has been doubled by Parliament recently. So those are the disclosure amounts. Political parties must also disclose in their accounting to the IEC what other monies that fall below the threshold that enter their bank accounts. But a concern for you, as for all of us, is and should be, is what money goes through the paper bags, the brown paper bags. Now, it's hard to detect that. What money is spent in vote buying, which is illegal internationally, but it's happening. Getting the proof of that is hard. The IEC is meant to be able to investigate funding of political parties, particularly those that go below the radar. We don't have an investigative unit that is so capacitated as to be able to undertake these forensic kind of investigations that is required. We have a unit which is established in terms of the Act, but mainly its responsibilities are to administer the fund, make sure that it pays according to the formulas and so on. So that aspect of party funding and independent candidate representation needs to be bolstered by, for instance, a dedicated forensic unit within the South African Police Services that would monitor not only party funding, but there are several violations of electoral laws that we need some expertise on. And the only enforcement we have is to declare it an offense, prosecution, charges, and people paying fines are going to jail. Otherwise, we become quite toothless. We did that with the double voting, and we stopped it. One of the things that the forensics could do is a forensic investigation, is to look at what is disclosed, both to the IEC in terms of the minimums, but also what is actually spent. So if a political party or independent candidate is spending like hundreds of thousands on a speaker for a mass rally, buses, food parcels, and there's a disconnect between what's spent and what is disclosed, that's cause for an investigation. But it needs footwork. So a lot escapes us, but as you know, we're 4 years into the practice of that law, and we're not at the end of it, we're just beginning to bolster that. And hopefully we have a forensic unit established within the IEC with a budget to match.
Yeah, so all that said, you would agree that there's lots of room for improvement for the Commission?
Oh, yes, Chief Justice.
Yeah. All right. Anything you'd like to raise with us before we excuse you, Judge Pillay?
I'm assuming you've been through my CV, and I don't need to take you through the parts that I haven't taken you through. Otherwise, there's nothing that I wish to add, and I thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to cover all the important bases.
Well, thank you for making yourself available. We appreciate it.
Chief Justice, I haven't seen this file before, and if people said bad things about me, I don't know about it.
No one has said anything at all, actually. So you're a neutral candidate insofar as that is concerned.
Can I take this file with me so I can see what was said? Thank you.
All right. All right. You're excused.
Do you still need to take the water?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm scared to say your name because I'm almost sure I'll mangle it. How do you pronounce it? At least the first half.
Good morning, Chief Justice. Good morning to the panel members. Chaplog
Oh, Chaplog, all right. Chaplog Law.
and Low.
All right.
Thank
Got
you.
it.
In the olden days, you remember there used to be Chappies bubble gum. So it's that Chappies.
All right. Are you well otherwise?
Thank you very much. I'm well.
Good.
Yourselves?
No, we're good.
Thank
Just
you.
sorry to keep you waiting. You know how it is with these things. We took longer than we had anticipated with the first two
Well, you're
candidates.
doing a good job, so well,
Glad to hear that. Okay, let's get right to it. This is not your first bout with a panel of this nature, so you know how things go, pretty much.
no, it's not my first bout, but
Yeah.
every experience obviously is
It's
different.
different, of course. Now we'll be gentle
So we
with
hope.
you. So I have Advocate Sipanye Mokhale on my right. She's the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Public Protector Galeka on my, Advocate Galeka on my immediate right, and the chair of the Human Rights Commission on the far end, Mr. Nissen.
Thank
We
you.
will take rounds questioning you in the usual course, me starting, of course, to lay the groundwork. So, are you a South African citizen?
I am indeed.
Do you hold any position of importance in political party?
Never have, still don't.
You were a member of the UDM, though. But that was not a political party.
The UDF.
Did I say UDF? Oh,
Yes,
the
you said
UDF. That's what I meant.
UDF. It was a movement.
Yes. All right. What academic qualifications do you hold?
I have an LLB and I have a BA in political science, which is made up of political science, philosophy, economics, and law.
And you are an advocate in the High Court of
I am
the
admitted,
Republic.
yes.
Okay. Are you practicing?
No, I'm not practicing.
Okay. What do you do?
Up and until very recently, if 2022 is recent, I worked at the Electoral Commission for a number of years, 26 years, I think in total, more or less there. And prior to that, I, after the liberation in 1994, I left the corporate world where I was working, and I then started working at that was called the Independent Broadcasting Authority at the time, but these days it's called something different. And after that stunt, I then worked part-time at the then IEC, and subsequently went there on contract when we were winding down the 1994 operation, and stayed there until the age of compulsory retirement.
So what exactly did you do in the commission?
My skill set, I think in the beginning, coming from the corporate world, was more in finance. And at the time of the winding down or winding up, that was the skill that I could use to get myself into the Electoral Commission. So I then became, or I found myself in the Directorate of Financial Management, and we then were involved with the wrapping up and the audit of the 1994 operation. Subsequent to that, I stayed in the same portfolio, but we became a very small group under Justice Krichler that then started the setting up of the now Independent Electoral Commission. I still continued after I was appointed on the permanent staff in the Directorate of Finance, so I was the first to start the finance department per se. Went on to a role within the Electoral Commission that I took on to look after party funding. Subsequent to looking after the initial party funding, setting that up with political parties, etc., I moved over after the restructuring that happened in 2002 or around there. I then moved over to the budget management cycle. It linked also into work that I did in finance at the beginning as we were setting up, where I was part of a team that looked after the very initial budget for the now in Electoral Commission. I then set my sights on the ambition to work in law, and I had advocated within the Commission to really just have an opportunity to go into the section, the law and legal section. However, it wasn't to be. Advocate Lakula felt that she could put my skills to better use to put me into the establishment of an independent internal audit function. That too was a first, although we've had internal audit before. We had a consultant doing it for the Electoral Commission, and she had, like me, believed that there were to be changes in the way the structure for that unit worked. And I then took office there around 2007, I think, and stayed there until I retired.
So in your view, these skills you mentioned put you in a good place to transition into being a commissioner, which is a different ball game altogether.
Altogether. It's not just very different. I think that it is requiring almost, I could say, a better grip of what it means to be working in policy space, oversight space. Now, in my work as the chief audit executive at the time, I was also responsible for the audit committee. That's an independent statutory body. And in that space, of course, you start training members of the audit committee and get them to understand their role, how different it is from the administration, how they liaise, of course, with your accounting officer, and how they then liaise also with the commissioners. So within that three-way split for myself, having to report to each one of them as part of the persons or bodies or structures that I was reporting to, it became important to understand how different those spaces operate. I do also have had a diploma in corporate governance, which is one of the first when it came into the country some years ago, and we started with the first King 1 report, etc. That set me up quite nicely to then understand how to delineate the skill sets and also the space of policy making and oversight away from implementation. Now, being in the audit space as internal audit already gives you that move away from administration, because your role is not to implement. Yours is more to evaluate and assess and report on how improvements can be made in terms of the service delivery element to deliver on the mandate. So already in that role, I was away in some sense from the administration and implementing body. And I think in all that I've learned and experienced in that time, given also my cross-cutting skills, it does place me in a good position to now be able to move into the policy space. Perhaps just to also say that for my sins, I've always found myself in spaces and preferred, apologies, to start something. So I've been initiating programs, even within the IEC, as I've said, starting with setting up some of the structures that was there, finance, budgeting, and party funding, as it was at the time, and then independent internal audit. I'm not great at maintenance. That's not my thing. So I always look forward to opportunities where I can go and make a difference, change where change is necessary, enhance where enhancement is necessary.
Speaking about change and enhancement, with this experience you say you have and the insights you would necessarily possess from having been in the electoral space all these years, what areas would you say the Commission needs to improve its operations, its processes on, if any? Things could be perfect. I don't know. You tell me.
Chief Justice, that's a tall order. I don't think in this world where we are all human beings that things can be really perfect. I think there's always that margin of error. And as much as we always try our best, and certainly the IEC as an organization has been working very hard at improvement. I mean, if we cast our eyes back to, as this permanent body now, the first elections that we've run, and how far we've come. Yes, admittedly, there were lots of court cases that pushed us in certain directions, etc., but it still was income for the organization to make changes, to look at improvements, etc. Having said that, I think that the IEC is faced always with improving the experience of the voters out there, the electorate. Their experience when they come and they participate in the election machinery. The IEC must work with political parties and political actors. We now have independence on the land, also in the participation space. And their experiences from the start, where they register as parties, where they enlist as candidates, and the same with our electorate when they come to register, when we teach them about voter education, and their ultimate experience that they have at the voting station. Those are all areas in that value chain that leaves us with opportunities to improve. Now, in the 2019 local government election, of course, there were quite a few complaints. We had some unfortunate attempts at people trying to commit voter fraud. And we had problems with the technology that were introduced rather shortly before that particular election. In the 2024 election, there were still murmurings about the electronics or the VMDs that were failing. There were complaints about long queues, etc., etc. Of course, the 2024 elections became just a different ball game when we looked at all the litigation that happened. But that aside, I believe that there's opportunity for us to change and to enhance voter experiences. And I will really focus maybe just on the long queues, etc. I've read somewhere, and also on TV, that the chief electoral officer said that he has a dream that, we could, as the Electoral Commission, say to people that you will not spend longer than 30 minutes in a queue if you have to queue. Now, I think that is an excellent dream. If I can really say something, I think that is a challenge that the Electoral Commission must grab with both hands. And that opportunity we already start to mine when we look at by-elections, how we manage them, how we improve, etc., etc. And we are very much assisted in that space because through every election we have observer missions, and they come, they go about voting stations, they look at areas where they can really note There are opportunities for improvement. They write reports. Those reports come back to the Electoral Commission. Similarly, the Electoral Commission also holds debriefing sessions with staff. Even the regional staff that we get during elections, there is regional debriefings. They do it on a district level. They consolidate that into provincial debriefing sessions. And all those provinces write reports. They reflect. They are encouraged to be open and honest about areas of improvement. That goes into a national debriefing session where, together with the observer reports, the organization then starts looking at, okay, how do we, going forward, make these improvements? Within all of that sits many suggestions where we can now start, as we go into the next phase where we have by-elections, start introducing all of those things. This has happened to a large extent. But as I've said, there's always room for improvement. I think certainly the focus for the IEC is, as it is or should be for most of us in this country, is that we have to work harder at getting an improvement in participation rates. And just on that score alone, I think I can say a lot about having to enhance how this experiences for the electorate at voting station level must happen, and otherwise. Now, of course, when we talk about participation, we are focused on the youth because they are our future. There's nothing we can deny about that. Getting them engaged and improvement there is very pertinent to not just to the Electoral Commission now, but to our health as a country, to really just consolidating this democracy even more. Technology, I think there is a lot of room there for us to still improve. It remains a very costly exercise, whichever way you look at it, but it is necessary. At the IEC, ICT or IT is a strategic function. It is the backbone, really, of elections. So how that functions, I think small complaint that's been coming through with the VMDs or the voter management devices not working is something that disturbs the organization because it's the backbone of how the infrastructure is working for us to get the election results through, etc. I think I'll stop there because otherwise we'll be later than usual.
No. I'll save my other questions for later if my colleagues don't ask them.
Thank you.
Public Protector.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, Advocate Chaploklo.
Good afternoon, Advocate Khaleka.
You seem passionate about the technological part and effect, that being the backbone of running elections. And you've also touched around re-engaging the youth. How do you think the IEC can reform its infrastructure around technology as a tool to re-engage the youth?
I think the first thing maybe just to acknowledge is that the infrastructure and technology platforms that the IEC has been using is reviewed almost throughout continuously, but certainly after every election. There's quite a big scale look at where improvements are needed, how they are needed, etc. There's been a lot of talk, if I must say, where I think technology should be focused to take us. My passion is for electronic counting, simply maybe because of my experiences within the auditing. that we make that to be a bit more smoother, more technology infused. But certainly we cannot escape the call and the focus that we should be giving in a more proactive way to electronic voting as well. What is a bit challenging when we look at that particular element of electronic voting is that we need to consider and be mindful of the fact that South Africa is still very much an unequal society. We do not have the level of coverage that we would like to have throughout the whole area of this country. Obviously, in urban areas, we become spoiled and we almost take it for granted that we do have fast internet and we can use our phones, without having to wait for hours for it to download, etc., etc. But that, unfortunately, is not the average experience for every South African. In our rural areas, we are battling still with that. On the other hand, we are still learning to become tech savvy as users. Obviously, when I want to say older generation, I must smile and say I must count myself there, but I'm sure there are others that are outside the norm. If I look at my mother, she's very good using her cell phone. She can do what she needs to do. She has a Facebook profile, etc. I think she's more proficient than I am in that space. But generally, it is a problem, I think, for all sectors in the society to be able to be that literate in such a medium. We certainly also, in terms of electronic voting, still, I believe, as a country, need to work on our trust. Political parties need to trust the system. Ourselves, as voters, need to trust that this will be a safe way for us to do it. And I will use the example with myself initially being very, very suspicious of telephone banking. And when you read, how many scams there are, etc., we always are nervous, especially with our older generation and the limited SASSA funds that some or other thing can go wrong. So the question remains, when you do go that route, how do you, before you go there, take the country along so that you actually don't have a trust deficit? That, I think, is going to put us onto a path where I would say we need to work towards that trust being high enough that our systems as the IEC will be able to be trusted for an element of electronic voting. I have more confidence when I talk about electoral counting. For me, that is something that is a bit more doable, more achievable in the short term. Costly, yes. And of course, we need to take the contenders and the actors, political actors with us. We need to also work at getting the electorate to understand how the system will work, and their transparency is the key. I think it's a possibility. Again, I would say it's something that if we do get political buy-in, that we can really pilot again with our by-elections, maybe in a two-pronged approach where you still keep the old system and you test it alongside with the counting that then happens electronically. But certainly those are the two areas where I think electronically and in ICT that can take us as Electoral Commission forward. You've asked about the youth. Okay. The space where young people operate in is within social media. There's no two ways about it. I look at my granddaughter. She's 5 now, and there's a battle to try and keep her away from a phone and whatever else she can, see on the phone and the programs they have for children that age, etc., etc. But it's natural. That's almost like it's inborn, if I can make that silly comparative. It's the way of the future. It's where things are going. It's expensive for political parties to be doing posters, etc., etc. So most of them we've seen and I've experienced over the last 2 elections, definitely. There's an upswing in them sending you messages, promoting themselves, of course, that you can vote for them and so on through social media channels. That goes from Facebook presence to your Twitter and X and Instagram and all of that, but simply WhatsApp. You get inundated by messages coming through from political parties through your WhatsApp. And of course, I'm sure that the information regulator will have something to say about, how that happens. But there's opportunity there. There's opportunity for the IEC, and I know that those channels are being used. But certainly, for us perhaps to consider that more and more of our voter education material are channeled through those particular mediums. Perhaps, and maybe I'll be unpopular for saying this, the IEC has always battled with the window for campaigning where even the day of elections, people or the parties or the political actors outside of the voting station still harass people, if one can say that. But perhaps if we get to a stage where we can say it stops at some time or during the electoral timetable, there can be a window assigned where the IEC can have the freedom and basically command that space. Again, I think the information regulator will have to assist and help us in that space, but I see a wonderful opportunity. I see an opportunity. I definitely don't have the stats of how many of 63 odd million, the voting age in that 63 odd million population that we do have access to cell phones, but I do think that's the way to go. It's easy, it's accessible, you have it. We have to work at making data for those kinds of messaging possible. I know that at some point the IEC had looked at working together with the big operators, and we looked at having almost like I think they call it a USSD, where you can just go and have an option list, but also to not make people that use those information sessions pay for the data, that they can do it free of charge. That would help us to disseminate more and more information. As we start the campaign for voter education, which generally the idea was as we taper down with the election going to results, at some point we will come back and upscale how we go with voter education so that there's not a space within the timeline where you have nothing. We should always, as the IEC, occupy that space, be it with focus on the election that's coming or preparing people to understand elections.
You sound more of a propellant, as you said, as well, for e-counting. What safeguards would you then recommend be put in place to ensure security, credibility, transparency, and most importantly, confidence into the system?
Counting as it stands now, already in the manual sense, already has a lot of those factors that is taken into account. The IEC is responsible for putting the mechanisms there, the voting station, the ballot papers, all of the logistics that go with it, the ballot boxes, etc. However, the reliance on the presence in a voting station throughout the voting procedure, the voting day, per se, and the counting that follows after, is reliant on political parties, agents that become the eyes and ears, that give us that necessary trust that we need in the system, so that it's not just the election staff that is there with those particular documents that are very critical. Observers have access to get into the voting station. The observer missions that I still understand it is the same, that they choose where they need to go. They don't come to the IEC and then they are told you go here or you can't go there. They are free to choose where they're going. Some of them are international. But in essence, within your voting station, there is those eyes and ears of political parties that the IEC relies on to be the ears and to make sure that they are happy with the processes as they happen. There's various ways that they can object. Obviously, if they're not happy with something that happens in the station, when the station closes, normally that's, I know, where political parties have a big interest to make sure that the IEC makes good on its legal requirement to service everybody that's in the queue as at the time when the voting station closes. And then as the count happens, it's in their presence. There is sometimes debate about whether a spoiled vote is a spoiled vote. That is resolved at the time between political parties and the presiding officer. I'm made to understand that this time around that the IEC is actually given additional staff during counting just to counter the fatigue factor, that there was a bit of fresh blood that could come in. But in essence, when that result slip is produced, it is required that the political party agents that are there sign off with the presiding officer. That attests to what that result is. A copy of that result slip is also pasted, if it's possible, or shown publicly outside of the voting station. And it's then put into tamper-proof envelopes, per se, and together with the rest of the voting material gets escorted under police guard to get to where the actual capturing of the results and for results announcement happens. So I think those things help us as the Electoral Commission to make sure that we are not left alone in this. So the reliance are on party agents. It would be good that we could have them at every one of the 23,000 voting stations. I must acknowledge that it does happen sometimes, especially if the count goes on much longer, that you will either end up with maybe one or not enough of them. But the encouragement, I think, from the Electoral Commission to try and say to parties, train as much as possible and allow as much as possible where your party agents can go and work. And that helps to bring us that particular safeguard.
And lastly, from my side, I mean, you've been in the commission for over 2 decades until your retirement. If you were to be appointed as a commissioner, how would you resist the temptation of your knowledge of the operations and wanting to get involved in operations, and how would you relate with that interface, the administrative and the governance interface?
Thank you for the question. The whole difficulty around governance always stems from that mingling. And I think we've seen it across many unfortunate incidences that has happened during the 30 years of our democracy. It is incumbent on the persons that take office in structures of oversight to bed down that principle. That principle that you have to stay in your lane, stick in your lane. Your lane is one of making policy. Your lane is one of providing oversight. Admittedly, there are areas, especially in the construction of collaborative processes that I have witnessed in my time in the IEC, that's worked very well in the commission is that there's open and honest discussion, but when it comes to decisions on what policy should be, after the commission has listened to the administration, they go and they make the decisions. There are policies also within the commission that helps us even better than it used to in the past to make sure that where the role of the chief electoral officer and the CEO as the head of administration sometimes in the past became a bit blurred, those had been straightened out in policy. Indeed, when commissioners are appointed, when we did in the past, there were not a framework for how commissioners were to really conduct their work. They had, I think before I left, I'm not sure that they finalized it, but they came up with like a handbook for commissioners. And I think that, in my view at the time, was a great way to actually structure how the commission runs the committees. There's various of them. For instance, I'll talk about one. They do look at finance as the commission, because ultimately they're accountable. If anything goes wrong there, you're not going to say it wasn't my lane. You need to provide oversight there. But you also had an audit committee statutorily focusing on that area, together with also operations. But in essence, you needed, as the commission, to understand that you cannot also interfere with the audit committee's role. And you cannot interfere with where the administration has to basically be implementing the policy directives that you had given them. So it's important, but I think that goes back to the training and the experience that I've had, having worked in governance for such a long time, that I am able, or was able, to teach that governance frameworks, and I am a very passionate, I think, believer in the fact that you need to have that walls, more than just Chinese walls. You really have to structure them well. Thank you.
Thank you. On to
Thank you. Thanks for making the time, Ms. Law. Advocate Law, I just want to find out from you, as someone who was in the finance audit area for 26 years, when you make an analysis of the cases that were brought about in the last elections, that is, if you have, because you had already left, you can even use the 2019 elections. What lessons can you say need to be drawn there? What patterns were emerging, out of those lessons, showing where the discontention is or where competition is? What would you say?
I think there's a lot that one can learn and take away for areas of improvement if you look at the court cases. Certainly there were some that was a bit, I would say, ambitious, but certainly there were lots where we had to really take on board and rethink, and not become, can I call it, arrogant, to think, that there's no merit in all of, in any of them. I think in the 2021 elections, when there was a problem that came about, in that some of the smaller parties, I think it was, yes, said that, their votes were somehow given to somebody else, number one, or not that they could adduce evidence in the end. But that already gives you a sense that we need to strengthen that even such an allegation, although it is not proven, doesn't quite occur. There's no opportunity for it to occur. There's been a lot of court cases, I think, in this last election that was problematic for the IEC. But the courts, I think, in most parts have upheld the view that the commissioners took and the approach that it took in some of them. I think for the court cases before the Electoral Court that had to do with the fact that there was allegations that the system for them to do their candidate nomination at some point crashed, etc., etc. As South Africans, we are famous, I think, for last-minute people. This is true. I'm not saying that that was the reason. You see it at voting stations as well. There's always many more people arriving the closer to closing time. But anyway, can we, as the Electoral Commission, make sure that such a high traffic at the last minute, that the systems can cope with it? Let's just take it on board and say, whether real or not real, true or not true, is it possible that our stress testing can be done so that we can for ourselves prove that any level of high traffic can be managed in those systems? So likewise, people were unhappy also about the fact that the long queues had made some people leave the voting station because they became impatient. Now, maybe that was a factor of other things, but to the extent that there could be merit in such a thing, we must improve how we do this. This data is already available for the IEC because you know exactly now that it is so that for Section 24A, people have to apply beforehand. It's not just your provisioning of materials that is easier, but it also is easier for you to now predict, most probably from data that we've had in 2021, 2024, with the VMD, what the arrival times more or less is, and you can predict when the highs and the lows and the mediums and the whatever happens, that you can almost try and say, okay, let's stream better. Let's make sure that the queue that is for ABC and maybe persons that are challenged in other ways, that get preference to get into the voting station quicker. And we avoid the long queues, which traditionally has always been the LMs and that section of the alphabet. So we need to improve, and we need to allow that there be a bit of flexibility in the way that the queues run during the day. Now, that comes back to training. It comes back to making sure that the officials that are responsible for managing that flow are really and truly on top of their game. I know it's expensive to train, and I know that it is normally a shorter period, and then there's retraining, there's training even on the day of the elections before the voting station opens, etc., etc. But it is critical that that aspect where a person may find themselves in a queue, being frustrated, seeing other people arrive, go into a shorter queue, come out, and they've been there for 20, 30 minutes more. So, again, I take on board what the Chief Electoral Officer had alluded to. Let's work at 30 minutes in the queue. The other aspects, of course, is to do in the legal cases that was there about unhappiness and mistrust in the system and the ability of the IEC to run free and fair elections. There were allegations of votes that were not, or the results that were not properly managed and or didn't land where they were supposed to land. I believe that the systems are transparent, and had there been proof, it would have been easy to adduce that proof. However, again, as I said, even if this was just really spurious, let's make sure as the IEC that whatever you have in the scanning of that result slip as it comes through, the capturing thereof, which there are external auditors that verify that the figures on the slip is the same as that is now captured into the system, that mechanism for where people can bring objections, listen to them, listen to what it is that they have to say, because maybe somewhere in there's a lesson to be learned. We must definitely not just throw it away as making, what's it called, sore losers. I think we need to take all of those opportunities to say, what can we learn out of each of these incidences? Court cases, I don't think, is going to lessen going forward, unfortunately. I think that's going to happen more and more because the contestation is so much tighter. We had that many, 300-odd political parties that are registered. I've also heard that the IEC was looking at maybe deregistering some that's just not been active. But it does not mean we have, with our proportional electoral system, which I don't think will change because it is a constitutional directive, it does encourage small parties. It does encourage that we have a very wide representation. All voices have an opportunity to go and have a seat. So independents are there now, so I don't think that space is going to become any easier. But what stood the IEC in good stead is that they could demonstrate that they had really applied the law, they stuck to the rule of law, and they did that consistently and even-handedly. And that, I think, is something that can never be compromised. Thank you.
CJ, just the last one. Okay. Yeah, if you could keep your answers
a bit shorter.
Yeah, and
otherwise we'll be more
late. Directed to the question. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Advocate Law. As you know, the IEC is in place, set up by the Constitution to develop and strengthen our democracy. However, maybe I should also explain. When I was looking at my phone as you were talking, I was trying to check the statistics. In the last elections, 2024, we had more than, as you know, the women population in our country is 51.4%. We had more than 55% of voters, registered voters being women, but we ended up with less than 40% of women taking up leadership and public representation. Do you see any role there for the IEC to bring forth the issue of women representation, the issue of equality in line with the demographics of the country or even beyond? If you see any, what would it be? Thank you.
Yes, I think this is, I almost want to say, it's something that's been bothering or been evident, I think, since inception, since we became a democracy, that we've had a higher percentage of male representatives within our legislatures. A lot of work, I know, has been done in the space, not just by the IEC, but by other players, in encouraging women to participate and women to stand for office, etc., etc. It always is, I suppose, a reflection of our history where we were a patriarchal society, that we still have this tendency where people in the main, support more male candidates. But I think the work that even within political parties, or some of them that they've done, is to determine a quota system whereby they at least direct that so many of their seats should be occupied by female candidates is a good way to go. From the IEC side, more work in the voter education, obviously, should be done to encourage women to stand for office. Participation, generally, I've spoken about. So there, all in all, we need to make sure that that happens. But even now, when we look at the changes that we've seen from 2021, I think, and also now lately, that we've had more younger people getting into office in the legislature. I'm not sure of the gender split, but that has been very encouraging. And I think working at that, making young people understand that they, as they take their future in their hands, that women should not stand back, that they should vie for those positions. I think that this is, as for people in my age group, obviously it's been a recurring theme throughout, where there's always been this fight to assert, because of our patriarchal society, to assert that women are capable, women can do the job, etc., etc. So I think the messaging within the voter education campaigns of the IEC should enhance that. We should try and shape that within that younger generation and all throughout, that people must stand for office, because if they don't stand, the chances of them getting elected, of course, becomes problematic.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon.
Just three quick ones.
Three quick ones.
Starting with on the queue management.
Yes.
Sometimes during those elections we experience various natural, the weather patterns. So people stand in the queue waiting to get in, get rain, soaking, and then they leave. Other areas which is extremely hot, faint in the queues, etc. What would your views be about the, and it will be a cost, of course, if you have to bring in coverings. So what will your views be about how do we deal with those? Because it's also a disincentive for people to turn back and say, no, I'm not interested in voting. The second thing is, you are saying that technology is the backbone of the Electoral Commission. And, but you also say that there's room for improvement. Would you then say that improvement that's not there affects the IEC in the execution? And what would your contribution be in that one? And then you say with your cross-cutting skills, but you are not good at maintenance. Please explain that briefly. Thank you.
The weather. I think the IEC goes into a lot of trouble to try, even with your by-elections, to read the weather, etc. And of course, with global warming and all of that, it becomes more difficult to predict. But where there is leeway, if we have to, for instance, look at elections has to happen within 90 days within that calendar when they are due. So in that 3 months, you need to try and choose the best option, that you look in the country to see where the weather is and whether you can use the best time. So obviously, some elections we've had in May when it was winter, and maybe for us here in Gauteng, winter just means it's cold and you can wear a coat. But if you are in Cape Town, it's likely to be soaking wet with those winds that can basically blow you away. It's a difficult one, and indeed, it will be a money factor to look at where and how you can protect people from that particular challenge. But there is room for minimizing, I would say, voting stations that are in tents and so on, to look for more permanent type structures, to use building, collaborate with other government organizations, private enterprises, so that we can use their facilities. That will give us a bit more leeway to accommodate, that we don't have people exposed to the weather. But again, there's centers that are more resourced, and then in rural areas maybe you don't have that option. I think, in essence, it goes back to, can we really just improve how we process this queue? Can we try and make it easier or shorter, at least, for people to have to come to the voting station, so that we can be more observant? The queue walker, as they called it, are supposed to go up and down the queue and find people that are frail and or in need, with children and so on. So those kinds of things can be improved, but I don't think that there's an absolute solution on a day, even though you planned as you did, when we have a storm that happens, etc. So that is unfortunate, but we have to look at how better that we manage the queues and predict. Maybe just quickly to say, I'm not sure how many more VMDs they had, but if one can imagine that it could be quicker, and this is just, personally what I'm in my head responding to you, think that you can have one as people enter that can already find them, and then as they enter, they already know where they go. Maybe they get a reference number that's on the roll. I'm just speculating. But anything to make it quicker can work. And yes, there is going to be a financial impact, but let's see where else we can cut our shirt so we can look at elements like that. Where the technology impacts the election delivery mechanism, I think is for me, it's evident it does. We now rely on the VMD, but we're still running parallel. We still have a printed voters roll, and that you can find a person coming to the voting station on a printed voters roll. Now that we have confined people to vote wherever they have told the IEC they will be voting with the Section 24, it makes that even easier, because this is where they are supposed to vote. It's on the voters roll, it's on the VMD. The VMD, of course, enhances that we can send the results and the stats quicker. In the olden days, we needed to mark off as people, the numbers, 10 people before 10 or 70 before 9 or whatever. But these days, that supplementary role that the technology plays, it's not the only facility or the means we have to still deliver credible and free and fair elections. There is still a duality in the way we do it. So I don't think that even where it fails, and it has not had abject failure, there's just been incidents here and there, that it really and truly takes away from the freeness and fairness of the election. I think that it's held up, but indeed, even those small incidences needs to be addressed, they need to be corrected, and from my understanding, it is not been large scale. It has been explained well. If I listen to the CEO for the glitches that's been there, it is things that can be corrected. You had a question about my cross-cutting skill and the fact that I'm not a maintenance person. I think what I'm trying to say there is that my focus has always been on, I go and I start something, I enhance it, I build it out, and almost if it reaches an element of, it can run on its own. It's where I then look to the next challenge. I don't believe in me putting myself forward for this post, that the Electoral Commission, certainly as the Commission has reached that stage as yet, I think we are now on the cusp of having a new electoral system. That is going to really and truly require attention from and a response from the Electoral Commission. Going forward, we've got the local government elections coming up, anywhere from, I think it's November 2026, so a 3-month gap there. And that too, although not impacted by the changes now that the electoral review panel is busy with, but still, it is a lot of work to get to that point. There are always enhancements, as I've said, that we have to make, and I believe that I'm competent, I'm able. I have a lot of energy, I'm blessed with good health, and I can make a difference. Chief Justice, no, thank you very much, but to thank you and the panel for the opportunity. It is a very good feeling and, must I say, an honor just to have reached this stage. So I thank you for your attention and allowing me to be my normal, long-winded self. Thank you very much.
No, it was all interesting stuff.
Thank you.
But thanks to you for making yourself available.
Thank you, I appreciate.
You
Thank
will
you to the
get the
support
results in
staff
due
that
course.
has been excellent in guiding us to this point. I appreciate the efforts. Thank you.
Yes, I'm a librarian.
All right. What scholarship did you get? Did you say
The United Nations, it was called UNEPSA. It was a specific.
I remember it,
You remember
yes,
for South
yes.
Africans? Yes, it was a UNEPSA.
And not just anybody got that scholarship, as I understand it.
No,
you
it was
had
just
to be.
South Africans.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not just any South African for that matter. A South African, an excellent South African. Okay. You have been nominated by a few people, and one of them describes your career as one spanning a vast expanse of fields in election administration, technical advisory, conflict resolution, stakeholder engagement, and democracy support. Can you just tell us concisely exactly what you've done in your career that you think qualifies you for this position?
Thank you, Chairperson. At the tail end of CODESA, it was quite clear that South Africa needs to go into elections. And at that time, I was attached to an institution called ACCORD, African Center for Constructive Resolution of Disputes. We were involved in peace-building initiatives in KwaZulu-Natal. You'll remember in 1994, KwaZulu-Natal was the killing fields of South Africa. So as ACCORD, we were involved in trying to train or provide capacity building to political parties and to civil society organizations in an effort to bring peace in KZN. When the election time came, ACCORD seconded me to the interim Electoral Commission, the interim IEC, where I continued providing capacity building to electoral staff, monitors, and political parties in preparation for the elections. After the elections, I went back to ACCORD, and in 1998, I became a full-time staff of the Electoral Commission. Now, this is the one which was set up by the 1996 Constitution. I became a full-time staff member in KwaZulu-Natal, and I was involved with what is called stakeholder management, meaning that any other stakeholder who needs to go through to the IEC has to talk to me. I also was involved in setting up what we call party liaison committee, which helped us to engage political parties in KwaZulu-Natal. And these structures were very good because in the sense that at the beginning there was a lot of animosity between the IEC and some of the parties. But over the time, because we were having these regular meetings with party liaison committees, there were, we became, we built a rapport between political parties and the IEC. I remember when I resigned from IEC, some of the parties wrote to Dr. Pam not to release me because that's how I had, how I have worked very well with political parties. So also I was involved with the civil society organization, and my skills in terms of conflict resolution also came to play a role in KwaZulu-Natal because there were always conflicts. I also worked with Amakosi, and at that time they were refusing to give space to other political parties, so I had to go out there and meet Amakosi and talk to them about the importance of ensuring that we level the playing field for everybody. Everyone has a right to participate. And, after the 1999 elections, I felt confident enough to meet the international community. So I left South Africa in 2001 to go and work in Namibia for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And as you will see in my CV, I was an elections program officer, and I was in charge of coordinating election missions for the SADC parliamentarians, and also drafting, the protocols for what constitute free and fair elections. And then from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, then I got invited by different international organizations. I went to Nigeria. President Carter was coming to Africa, and they asked if I could organize a mission for him. Unfortunately, because of the first Iraqi war, I couldn't. And then from then on, I was on the UN roster of experts. So as you will see in my CV, I'm moving from country to country. It's because I get deployed by the UN. Whenever the need arises, they will call me and ask me, can I go to a certain place? And I've always went there and tried to work as hard as I can to fly the South African flag, because, South African IEC is well known for having good elections. In fact, a few weeks ago, I was joking with the current chairperson of the Electoral Commission and say, guys, if you mess up for us, people who work in the international space. So the IEC better, do its work properly. So I do a lot of work for the UN as a technical advisor, either to run elections. Let me make an example. In 2010, I was asked by the UN to go to Nigeria to go and provide technical support for their 2011 elections. I mean, there was a few months left. I got there, and based on my experience from other countries, I was able to work with the Nigerian Electoral Commission, but none of them knew anything about elections at the commission. I mean, the Board of Commissioners, nobody, except some of the staff have run elections. But the 2011 Nigerian elections were slated as the best elections. We were working with 73.5 million voters. Just about 50% showed up for the elections, and we were very impressed because we thought it was a difficult elections, a lot of violence, but we managed to do a good job. And as you can see, then I've been moved to other countries to go and provide technical assistance to different. When I'm in South Africa, I run what is called corporate governance elections, such as I think in 2021 I did the government employee pension fund, and because of post office problems, we introduced with the company I work with, MCA, we introduced the electronic voting for pensioners, and the majority of them voted using electronic voting.
What role did you play there specifically?
At MCA.
I'm trying to test if you have any. I acknowledge the vast technical experience you have. I'm looking for leadership and governance experience.
You mean at MCA or anywhere?
At MCA.
At MCA, I was the presiding officer running those elections. So I sort of sat down with an ICT person and told the person what is it that I want out of the system. So as an elections a practitioner, so he would do the way I wanted to do, and then they were able to vote. In other, like let's take for instance in Nigeria, I was an acting chief technical advisor. This is the most senior position a person who runs in election can hold. The CTA had the chief technical had just resigned. That's why I was called to step in and assist the Nigerian Electoral Commission. At CTA level, of course, you observe, you run the elections, but also you interact with the government. And we had what we call steering committee meetings, which were chaired by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Finance and the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Professor Diya. So we had those two senior people. So we had to make sure that whatever we reported to them, it's correct, so that they can take decisions. We as UNDP were running what is called a basket fund. We had a number of countries putting money into our fund so that we can assist the Nigerian Electoral Commission. The total budget of those elections was $88 million. That's the total budget we are working with as UNDP and the Electoral Commission of Nigeria. So the elections are huge in Nigeria. I mean, we were running with 74.5 million voters. Currently, Nigeria has got about 95 million voters. So it's a big operations, and we had to make sure that they are successful. If you go to the annals of those elections, they will tell you those were the best elections Nigeria has ever had. And I'm proud as a South African to have run a flag, a South African flag. I could have stayed in Nigeria because the UN had given me what we call fixed-term contract, 5-year contracts, renewable. But on the 26th of August 2011, our office was bombed by Boko Haram. And I got so scared, and I served a 3 months notice, and I didn't go back, and started looking for opportunities in other countries as well, based on where the UN placed me. So election is what I've been doing for the past 30 years. I also do training. I mean, as late as last week, I was training stakeholders in Malawi on conflict resolution strategies, mitigating election-related violence. So I do training of conflict resolution. I also do training of what is called bridge, building resources in elections, building resources in democracy, governance, and elections. That is bridge. So these are 17 modules, which each and every staff of an electoral commission must try to have. It's a curriculum which you can go to Russia with the same curriculum and start training. So I am currently I'm an election, what they call a workshop facilitator. It's not very high, but we do have experts in South Africa. We have Tomsi Dlamini, she's a South African, and Rushni Nakade. These two South Africans are experts. So they are people who are very respected in this area of bridge training. So I do also training as well. I do technical advice, and I also do research. I had a situation where I was asked by the African Union to go and do an assessment of a commission, because it's like I won't mention the country. The citizens were not happy, so the African Union asked me to go there, and I met the stakeholders. Met and talked to stakeholders. At the end of the day, we had to recommend that the whole commission must step down. And the whole commission did step down, because based on our recommendation, the African Union took the report to the president of that country, and then the whole commission had to resign. I think the sad thing about it is because this is the same commission which I was responsible for inducting. When they first became commissioners, the UNDP asked me to go and induct and train them on commission work. So it was sad, because these are my friends, but a job is a job. I had to ask them I had to recommend for the dissolution of the commission.
All right. I see that your work has taken you to troubled countries such as Palestine and
Yes.
Pakistan. What lessons did that experience give you?
In Palestine, I was asked by the South African government to accompany a delegation of observers to Palestine. That was the 2006 elections, which were won by Hamas with a landslide. But because of international interference, Hamas couldn't take over and govern Palestine. So Pakistan, the Commonwealth, I'd get different organizations asking me to accompany them to observe elections in different countries. And of course, when I was at SADC Parliamentary Forum, I worked in 14 countries, so I was forced to go to these countries. And when I came back from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, I was talking with Dr. Bam, and I said, my little experience working in these different countries, we as commissions, we are not talking to each other. Everybody's doing whatever they like. We are not sharing resources. We could be doing staff attachment and so on. And Dr. Bam advised, so what do you suggest? Write a proposal. So I wrote a proposal, and then put a cost to it. And in 2003, there was the biggest conference in Africa of all election administrators in South Africa. And out of that, there was an association which was born, and which is a player now in election democracy space. So basically, CJ, every time I go to a country, when I come back, I ask myself, what is it have I, supported? How have I supported the people of the country? Even today, last month I was in Sierra Leone to train staff in bridge, and every time they introduce me as the the South African who set up party liaison committees. Because when I got to Sierra Leone in 2006, the commission was not engaging electoral stakeholders. They didn't know how to engage electoral stakeholders. So I remember at home in KwaZulu-Natal and throughout South Africa, of course it's in the Electoral Commissions Act, party liaison committees. So I, advised the commission, why don't we set up party liaison committees, which helped us to engage the political parties in Sierra Leone, which are the key stakeholders. I remember President Baiko Roma saying, if elections, if the way things are being done now, we will accept the outcome of the results, because we had encouraged transparency, engagement, talking to the people, setting different forums to engage stakeholders. So basically, whatever I've learned in South Africa, I've been able to use it all over Africa where I've been working.
With this deep knowledge and experience in electoral science, in your assessment, what challenges does the IEC have to contend with, and what would you bring to bear to the position if you get it to benefit and improve things over there?
I think as IEC, there's a problem of voter turnout. I think I want to commend the IEC for being able to register 27 million in the last elections, but CJ, you'll remember only 16 million turned up. For what happened to the 11 million? And also, CJ, I think I heard the statistician general saying that there are 10 million eligible South Africans who didn't register. So now we are talking about 21 million missing South Africans who we have to bring into the electoral space. And I'm thinking we have to learn from what other countries are doing. For example, in Ghana, if you go to the IEC in Ghana, there are two commissions, this IEC, the Electoral Commission of Ghana, and the Civic Education Commission. Now, if you look at the South African Commissions Act, in the pure sense, it doesn't give IEC the mandate to do civic education. It only says voter education. But IEC has done well to,
What's the difference?
Civic education has to do with the governance, the different levels of governance, the representatives, the parliament, and so on. But voter education has to do with when you get to the voting station, exactly what you're expected to do, So those two, but even though IEC has ventured into what we call the money for voter education, for civic education, has not been given to the Electoral Commission of South Africa. So it's unfunded mandate. So, but IEC has done very well. I mean, with more money, I'm sure we could increase voter turnout, but IEC doesn't have that money, because we will then have to learn in Ghana the civic education, because in Ghana since 1992 elections, the voter turnout has been over 70%. It's only last year when it came to 64%. And there are all other issues. And I think as well, the voter turnout has not much to do with the IEC per se. It's the situation around, it's the lived experiences of the citizens of a country. How happy are the citizens? Is their service delivered? So this impacts negatively on the IEC work. But this is what we are operating in. There's a term called the VUCA complex. It's a militarist complex. It means we live in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Nothing is predictable. So we, as election practitioners, have to stand up to the occasion and see how we can improve that. And also, while we are still talking that, South Africa, I was looking at the statistics, 33% of the population in South Africa is youth. And our youth in South Africa is a mobile youth. Most of the young people in South Africa, they use mobiles. They are more technologically savvy than us, older people. So I was just thinking that sometime in 2014, I met with IEC, and I asked them if they would think about electronic voting. I think at that time the commission was not ready, but I'm happy now that the commission is talking about electronic voting. I just want to allay fears of the South Africans. There are different forms of electoral voting. When I approached IEC in 2014, I was attached to a multinational company doing purely electronic voting all over the world. And at that time, we had done 3.6 billion votes, electronic votes around the world. So I thought, since IEC is a trailblazer, I mean, IEC is the most respected organization around the world, let me take this technology back home and see if, what will happen. And I want to say again, the machines we were using, they are like a calculator. They don't need internet. They don't need internet. You press on the tablet against the candidate or the party, it calculates automatically, so it aggregates. So at the end of voting, you print out the result slip. And at the same time, to make sure that in case of there are problems regarding counting, people are not happy, the machines, we have what is called paper verification. It prints, as you vote, it will print for the person you have voted for. And you can put the slip, it's like a steel slip. You put it in the ballot paper. In case people are not happy with the machines, you can count manually. There is no internet. The only time we used internet is when we link the voters register throughout the country so that when you vote, your name is removed from the voters roll. So you can't run to another voting station and say you want to vote. So that is the system I was bringing to South Africa. But I'm happy now that South Africa and the South African citizens are talking about electronic voting. I always think that, if I'm an electoral staff, starting at 6 to 11 or to 12, because normally counting takes like 4 hours. I mean, by that time they are tired and they are prone to making mistakes because they are tired. So, I mean, with electronic voting, the system we were trying to introduce in South Africa, within an hour, IEC headquarters would receive the election results. What we do also, we attach a printer, we print the result slip, we give all the political parties the results, and then we download on a memory stick the results, and we take it to the nearest Electoral Commission. So it was a system which I think it will help IEC staff, and also it would make South Africa, for me I always think South Africa IEC has to be the leader, and they are a leader, but they have to take up that position. And as a company, we thought if the South African Electoral Commission took up this opportunity, the whole of Africa will follow suit because they respect, most commissions respect South Africa.
Okay. I'm going to hand you over to my colleagues to question you if they have any questions.
Thanks. I just want to find out Ms. Pitso, I just want to find out how you will manage your wealth of experience in such a way that you don't become that person who knows it all and therefore, I don't know how to phrase my question, but as you are aware, commissioners in C9s, but which includes the IEC, tend to be people with different experiences from different walks of life and different expertise. And there tends to be sometimes that tension, the battle of the egos, if one could put it that way. With regards to, I know it, that is why I am here. I hope you're not taking it negatively. No. I'm just trying to put it as nicely as I can, because your experience, your knowledge is without a doubt a wealth in so many ways. How then, if you were to be appointed, would you introduce that slowly, intentionally, but again with all the requisite humility to take everyone with you?
Advocate, I'm glad you said humility. I'm a very humble person, but talkative, so that's why you think. No, I think as commissioners, we are not administrative people, you know. That is the role of the administrative arm under the CEO. As commissioners, I think our job is to provide guidance and policy. So, like you say, we are all from different backgrounds as commissioners. And I think for me, it will be the sharing of experiences between peers in a commission, and also using those experiences to guide policy into improving our electoral process. But I wouldn't be involved with administrative, but basically policy issues, and then see if we agree. So humble, ask anybody. I'm a very humble person, but talkative.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
This electronic voting, for it to happen, we need to have, please explain it to me, because we suffer sometimes of, load shedding. We suffer areas where there's not connectivity, rural areas, deep rural areas. How will this work in those two cases?
Thank you, Commissioner. Like I indicated, it doesn't include internet. It's like a calculator. You press, it calculates. You press, it calculates, and then you print the results. In terms of load shedding, it's battery operated, 18 hours of battery life. So 18 hours, we don't need 18 hours. So that has been taken care of in terms of the system. I wanted to go back to Advocate Mohale. I know you didn't ask me this question. I heard you asking my colleague I worked with at IEC, Geraldine, about how would you encourage women participation in electoral processes. I saw that in Ethiopia, where I used to work, the commission gives more money to parties which has more women candidates. Fortunately for us in South Africa, we use a proportional representation system. So parties like the ANC, they have what they call the zebra system. So in that way, women participation is not a problem. I think South Africa, Rwanda, and Namibia are the 3 countries in Africa which have the highest women representatives in parliament. So the kind of electoral system we have currently, it helps us to bring in women into, into parliament. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Peter.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
With your experience around the electronic voting, what would you say would be required to build public trust in the system?
Thank you, ma'am. Voter education. Voter education is one of the ways of us as election practitioners reaching out to people. I know it's maybe for the last few years, but IEC has been a trusted. I mean, if you have seen reviews or research, IEC always came high in terms of people trusting it. Okay, maybe last year there were problems, but we have to sit down as, if I'm appointed as IEC, and see how can we build trust within the voters. Because with any new system, You have to do a lot of education, but also you have to build the trust from the voters.
What safeguards have you come across in the systems that you've worked with, the electronic systems?
The safeguard advocate with the electronic system is one, although it's an electronic system, it operates like a manual system. Like I said, it's like a calculator. With the calculator, you feed information and it gives you the response. So if you vote and it calculates, there is no way it can change around. So that is one of the safeguards. It works like a calculator. 2, it doesn't include internet. So there's no issue of cybercrime cropping up. There's no issue of cybercrime cropping up because there is no internet. And at the end of the voting, at polling stations across the country, you print the results there and then and give it to the party agents. So if IEC headquarters is posting something different there in terms of results, the party agents will have the results in their hands. They can, through their structures, say, no, those results which were posted are not the right results. So those are the safeguards, that you have a physical paper in your hand with the results of that particular polling station. And you are watching IEC National posting the results. And you can always argue that. I think that for me, that would be enough.
Thank you, Sujay. That would be all.
I think we've run out of questions for you. Anything you'd like to share, discuss, raise with us before we excuse you?
I just want to thank you, honorable members, for giving me the opportunity to come and present my case to you. And I'm hopeful if join the IEC, I'll be humble enough to share with them my experiences in a humble way as a Christian woman. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for making yourself available for the position. You will be advised in due course, I suppose, of the results. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Go. Shall we push into the last one before lunch? qualifications?
I'm an anthropologist, so my PhD was based on anthropology, cross-cultural studies between the Zulus and the Hindu community in South Africa, looking at the rituals and practices. So that was my PhD. My master's was also, cross-cultural studies between the Zulus and the Hindu community. For my PhD, I received a Ford Foundation Fellowship for 3 years. But I opted to study in South Africa rather than go overseas because I preferred, because the research was based on Zulus and Indians in South Africa, so I preferred to stay here. And then I also received another fellowship from Ford Foundation to do postdoctoral studies in Columbia University. That particular study was based on, Ford Foundation had a 10-year tenure of giving scholarships to students all over the world. It was a 10-year period. So when that period ended, they wanted somebody to do research on the students that benefited from the Ford Foundation Fellowship. So I was awarded a fellowship to look at the 11 African countries where the students receive Ford Foundation Fellowships, to look at what the students for the Masters and PhD did before they received the fellowship, what was the research during the fellowship, and what were they doing after the fellowship. The purpose of that was to see whether the Ford Foundation Fellowship empowered them to become leaders, because the idea of giving the fellowship was to develop potential leaders. So my research was looking at about 380 students in Africa, in 11 African countries, to see how they have progressed from that fellowship. So that was my master's. And then I had other professional qualifications, like an education diploma, because I was first a teacher, an educator. And then I did a journalism diploma, right? So I have journalist qualifications. So basically that was my professional qualification, academic qualifications. My professional qualifications, I have a whole potpourri of qualifications, because over the years, from being an educator and then moving towards public service, I wanted to empower myself in various aspects related to sound governance, so that I can best serve the communities. So I've done training in facilitation. I've even acquired a qualification and accreditation as a mediator. And at the moment, I'm on the panel of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Network of South Africa as a mediator, and I've mediated in a number of disputes, including a very important one that I should mention, that averted a national calamity. When about 3 years ago, there was a serious issue in Port Elizabeth where there was a problem between the Somalian Business Association and the Taxi Association. There was an accident, a simple accident, where the Somalian knocked the taxi, and then there was a fight, and then they burnt a taxi, they burnt a Somalian shop. So it was starting to flare up into a serious problem. So because I was a social cohesion advocate at that stage, and responsible for the rapid response task team, I flew up immediately to Port Elizabeth overnight, and the next morning brought the two together and mediated and resolved the issue and asked them to make a public statement that the matter is resolved. If it was not done, it would have been a serious crisis in a country. So I have that qualification as a mediation, also project management, financial management, and a whole range of qualifications that most of them I acquired through the National School of Government, because as a public servant, I wanted to best serve the interest of public service by empowering myself. So I have a bit of an addiction, Madam Chair, right? An addiction.
I'd say it's more than a beat.
Addiction to study, right? Yeah. Because just 2 years ago, right, I was awarded another fellowship. This time it was the IBSA Fellowship, India, Brazil, South Africa Fellowship, which took me to India, right, to do research at the Research for and Information Systems for Developing Countries, where I spent close to 5 months in New Delhi, and I was researching on traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge systems based on traditional medicine. The whole purpose of that research was to look at India's best practice and Brazil's best practice in terms of traditional healers and traditional medicine, and elevate the status here in South Africa. So you can see from my qualifications, I've diverted from being an educator, right, and spent about 10 years as an educator, but then I got absorbed into public service. And a first appointment as an assistant director of arts and culture in KZN, progressing to various stages up to the director level of this thing. Now, why did I divert from an education qualification to anthropological studies and so on? Because when I was working as a director of arts and culture, I was so involved in community activism. I've been visiting different communities all over the province and the country, looking at their practices, looking at their rituals, looking at everything, and working with social cohesion, grassroots activism, and so on. Then I realized, for me to empower myself further, I need to move into that realm. Hence, my direction moved towards studying towards anthropology, to do anthropological studies so that I can understand the South African society better. So that's my qualification. So with all these qualifications, it gave me an opportunity to empower myself and skill myself so that I can empower others. And I must say, Madam Chair and panel members, that during my tenure as a Director of Arts and Culture and having my staff working under me, I made sure that every one of them empowered themselves. I've assisted in arranging fellowships for them. I've motivated them and directed them to study because I did not want them to remain in the same level, right? And I've always encouraged that attribute because of my great, understanding and appreciation for empowerment. And that's what I've been doing all these years. So that's basically my qualifications. And coming from a strong education and advocacy background, I believe that with that attributes and the fact that it's a robust and a diverse set of skill sets, I think I can make a valuable contribution to the IEC.
And
Thank you.
You are currently a commissioner with the, I can't say the whole thing.
Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Rights Commission.
Yes.
So I'm a commissioner appointed in December and officially in January by President Ramaphosa as a commissioner. So what happened there, the journey there? So I retired in 2019 from public service. Then I was appointed as a social cohesion advocate with DSEC, right? To promote social cohesion and nation building. It was not a full-time position, but it was a job which took us to the length and breadth of South Africa to promote social cohesion, nation building, etc. Then, last year, I was appointed in December as a Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Rights Commissioner. So, as you can see, public service and service to the community and humanity in general never leave me, right?
It's in your blood.
Yes, it's in my blood. I don't think so it will ever leave me until I can continue serving society.
All right. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Govender. Now, I just want to find out, how are you hoping to manage this? If you were to be appointed here, how are you going to manage CRL and IEC, because you cannot be in both?
No. The reason, that's a very, very interesting question, right? And I'll tell you, and I'm going to share a very interesting tale. something that moved me last week, right? And it will answer your question. I was at a funeral last week, Wednesday, and a family member came up to me and warmly congratulated me of being nominated for this particular position. But then they went on to say, but why you are going through this whole process of being re-interviewed and going through this process, you're already a commissioner, right, with the CRL Commission appointed by the President. Why you want to do this? So my response was, I smiled and I responded. When you're serving the public, right, it is not the titles and designation that's important. It is what the community needs and what service you can render to the community that is pivotal, right? And if there is an area that is missing and there is challenges in the democracy, and if you have the necessary attributes, qualifications, and expertise, then serve. So that was my response, because what I believe, Commissioner, is that as a CRL Commission person, right, we are there to promote the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic rights. So it's limited to that. However, here the scope is broader, because I believe true democracy starts at the ballot box. So if appointed as in the Electoral Commission, I obviously have to leave the CRL Commission, because my priority will be to serve a broader sector of the South African community rather than, in one sector, one Section 9. Yeah. Apart from the CRL Commission, I'm also at the moment a board member of Pan South African Language Board. So there's 2 Section 9, so I'll have to leave both. The CRL Commission is 5 years. It's a 5-year appointment. It's a 5-year appointment. With CRL Commission, there's 2 full-time commissioners, the chair and the deputy chair, and the rest of us are part-time commissioners. So it's not a full-time occupation. But with the challenges of advocacy, education, training, and getting our democratic processes right, I would believe that I will divert all my attention to the Electoral Commission, where I feel my expertise, knowledge, and experience would be more valuable, right? It won't be leaving in the lurch, because at the end of the day, Madam Chair, right, serving the country with integrity, with independence, and with capable leadership is vital. It's vital. And I would believe that the CRL Commission will give me the blessing, right? Because in the last 6 months that I've worked with them, right, I've been extensively busy. Yet this whole weekend, I was in the Eastern Cape, in Uitenhage, Kariga, working with the koi and the sand in the ritual ceremony. I even took part, Mr. Nissan, in the Inao ritual this weekend. So I'm very passionate about community. But with the Electoral Commission, it's a broader, important service that we need to do for society and for the community as a whole. And I would believe not ditching them, because I am benefiting the entire country.
What is your understanding of the role of the IEC?
The IEC has an important role to play in terms of not, if I have to come into the IEC, right, I'm not only coming here, or I'm not only interested in managing elections. Managing elections is the role and function of the administrators, although one of the requirements according to the Act is for commissioners to manage elections. But we play an oversight and a policy role. My role in the IEC is to ensure that the electorate out there understand their obligation, their constitutional obligations to vote in credible elections. The role of the IEC is to provide that platform. The role of the IEC to do everything possible to ensure there's maximum participation in democratic elections, that constitutional governance, constitutional prerequisites are met. And what I believe right now, that the IEC is, my honest opinion, my personal opinion, is that the IEC is very seasonal, right? The IEC is very visible during registration, voter registration times, and during voting times. But throughout the year, although they may be doing work, but it's not visible, right? So my role coming into the IEC is to transform that mindset, is to advocate for more people to get involved with constitutional democracy. And I think that we have a moral obligation to do that as IEC commissioners. We need to find innovative strategies, innovative ways in which we can get more people to know. I mean, as you may know, that over the years there's been a rapid decline of people wanting to vote. There's a lot of apathy, especially amongst the youth, right? Why is there an apathy? People are fed up. They feel disengaged. They feel disassociated. They feel frustrated, right? And the role of the IEC and the Commission is to ensure that we find strategies, workable strategies, that we need to get people back on track again. And one of the things that I believe that is very crucial, Madam Chair and dear panel members, is there is a lack of patriotism, right? And as a social cohesion and advocate and a community activist, over the years, I've been hosting and facilitating a number of interfaith, intercultural dialogues throughout the country. And in those dialogues, people are given an opportunity to talk about the highlights of the democracy that we have achieved so far, and they've also given opportunities to talk about the challenges of the democracy. And also, I always maintain that they need to give us solutions. And every dialogue, they spoke about the frustration and the non-service delivery of government, speaking about, negative things about, what's happening in the country. And the solution is they want changes in the system of elections. They want changes in governance. They want changes. And then I would believe that the role of the IEC is to find those mechanisms to see how best we can satisfy the needs and aspirations of that vast community that we are hoping to serve. And I believe coming to the IEC, right, I want the IEC to be a catalyst for democratic renewal. I want the IEC to make people not only to bring about some changes in the electoral system, but they need to also make people appreciate and love being part of the South African society. And people must love to go to that ballot box. Like I mentioned, democracy starts at that ballot box, and that is why it's so important.
Do you have any practical ideas on how this can be achieved?
Yes, there's a number of practical ideas. One of the things that we need to look at international best practices, right? We need to look at how internationally there are certain electoral practices that are working so well, and we need to try to adapt it in this country, even if it's at a pilot study level. And one of the things that I would like to propose as an innovative strategy for local government elections, Madam Chair and panel, is a 3-ballot system for local government. Now, what I mean by a 3-ballot system, at the moment, people in local government, they vote for a candidate, a ward councillor, they vote for a party for proportional representation. I want to introduce a third element on election day for local government election, and that is a participatory budget ballot. Now, what do I mean by a participatory budget ballot? Now, remember, people only go to the polls every 5 years. So there's a disconnect between the electorate, the institutions, and the public. There's a disconnect. You only see the candidates campaigning and so on. They voted, and then you don't see them again. So the third vote that I'm proposing in the local government elections, the participatory budget ballot, is where people that are voting for local government are voting candidates to go there so that service delivery can improve in local government. Now, local government is dealing with service delivery, roads, maintenance, electricity, water, parks and gardens, sports, arts and culture, recreation, youth development, all these service delivery, libraries, clinics, hospitals, so all these things. Now what happens? The public that are voting need to inform and communicate to the local municipality what their needs are. So my recommendation for the third ballot is where people are given that list of all service delivery stuff that is affecting their daily lives. And after voting the candidate, after voting the PR, they need to vote and inform which service delivery is of priority for them in that particular ward or constituency. So I live in Ward 65, for example, in eThekwini municipality. So in Ward 65, water and electricity disconnections and infrastructures, burst water pipes every day. So my priority may be water, right? So when the information is consolidated, that information can be cascaded to the local municipality to say, the candidates that voted here, the bulk of them said that water is a serious problem. So when they are allocating budgets, Madam Chair, they will allocate budgets according to the needs of those people. So that is what I mean by participatory budget ballot. The reason why that is important, the people will feel wanted again. The people will feel that their needs and aspirations are being catered for. The people will feel that they are part of a democratic South Africa. And it aligns very well with the constitutional values of accountability and transparency, because people have spoken. Now, what happens? We vote candidates in, or people are voting candidates in, and you don't see them. Only after 5 years they come back. So that's the problem. So one of the innovative ones is that particular one. The other one, Madam Chair,
which would require probably constitutional and
yes.
legislative amendments. Would you be agitating for those?
Yes, Madam Chair, because there needs to be changes, right? If we want the electoral system to work, and we want to eliminate apathy, and we want people to be patriotic again, we want people to rush to the polls again, right? We need to make changes. And the other one that is very, very important, Madam Chair, and I think lots of candidates spoke about youth apathy. The youth are so apathetic, Madam Chair, right? They don't want to go to vote. They fed up. So my recommendation for the IEC is that in order to advocate and educate the general public, you need people on the ground. So I would like to recommend that the IEC introduce a election youth volunteer cadre program, right? Whereby the youth, there's large numbers of unemployed youth around the country. We need to employ the youth, right, and train them and skill them on voter education. We need to employ them on administration and so on. like someone mentioned, most of the people that are used in electoral stations and so on are already employed educators and so on. We need to give work to unemployed people. So by employing them, and we can easily collaborate with the CETAs. The CETAs that will be interested in that training is the Education and Training CETA, the Public Service CETA, as well as the Local Government CETA. So if we skill these people, Madam Chair, we're not only giving them a certificate and a stipend, but we're giving them a skill. And that skill can be used during non-election times as well. So I would think that to cater for the youth, we need to involve them. And the more, and you know what, another very important thing those same people can use, we can deploy them to schools to go and talk about elections, talk about voter education, civic education and so on. The same youth can go to malls, have pop-up stands at malls. We at the moment have a mall culture. Everybody, even in this room, will go to malls on a regular basis, right? There are 5 mega malls, and every place you go, there's malls. So we need to have pop-up stands, and this youth volunteers can go there and advocate for the IEC, educate the public on voting, educate. Because, Madam Chair, what I also noticed, that people do not know much about this thing. People are confused. For example, they didn't understand from general talk, they didn't understand last year's 3-ballot system. They don't know about NCOP. The normal people on the ground, they don't know about the National Council of Provinces. They don't know about the different tiers of government. They don't know about why there's a district municipality and a local government municipality, why there's a district mayor and a local mayor in the same street. They don't know. We need to educate the public about civic education and so on, so that everybody can understand, so that when they go vote, they're voting from an educated point of view. So I would think that the youth also is one of the innovative ways that I would like to introduce.
All right. Advocate, do you have questions? Pipi?
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, Dr.
Good afternoon.
Governor. Besides civic education, what's your niche? What do you think you can most contribute by the IEC, considering recent political and even legal developments around the electoral system in our country?
One very, very important thing, and I know it's like not very well accepted by the IEC, is electronic voting system. Madam Chair and panel members, we are in the 4th industrial revolution. We are controlled by devices. Every one of us have a cell phone. In the deep rural area you go, the go-go's have a phone. The youth, youngest people at school and so on, they have phones. Everybody, you look at WhatsApp, Facebook, all different types of media. If we are so dependent on technology to survive now, and now with artificial intelligence, it's even worse. If we're so dependent on technology, we need to transform the electoral system into an electronic voting system. We need to look at best practices. Estonia is a very good example of how electronic voting is working foolproof. India, there's 1.6 billion people in India. 930 million people voted last year's election electronically. They were, nothing is foolproof. Just like the manual ballot system is not foolproof. Nothing is foolproof. But Madam Chair and panel members, if we can trust IT And if we can trust our devices to control our money in the bank with our mobile apps that controls our transactions and our funds and everything, why can't we allow our phones to control our vote? You understand? Everything is technological. You can go and apply for your passport now at one of the banks. They have the biometric system. You can upload your information and so on, and you can get your passport, right? If it's done, if your personal information is captured in that way, why are we so scared to adopt or adapt to a technological change in the into the voting system in South Africa, right? So what I'm saying, and what I would like to recommend, if we are scared of technology in the elections, let's do a pilot study. Let's pilot technology with our diaspora communities in the UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, where we have South Africans living there. Let's pilot the program in a small scale and do electronic voting for all those people, so that if it works and we're comfortable that it's working, then let's now move it, progress to maybe the metros and so on, gradually, until we mature enough to embrace technology in our electronic system, in our voting electoral system. So I believe that is one thing that we need to move. We need to move at rapid pace. Or, I mean, if you look at a map of the world and you look at all the countries that have embraced technology and electronic voter, it's so sad to see only Ghana in Africa is embracing technology, right? And South Africa is supposed to be in the forefront of, in the technological advancement. So we need not be afraid. We need to try it. Let's start with a pilot study and try to progress to a broader national, rollout. Thanks.
Do you have any experience in this regard that probably you can assist with?
Any
experience in this regard that you could probably assist with to drive this major strategic intervention of electronic voting?
Yeah. So what I would like to propose with regard to electronic voting system, there's certain universities here, they use electronic voting to vote the SRCs and so on, right? They're comfortable with it, it's working well, and the youth are very happy with it. So what we need to do is to look at best practices. Let's go to Estonia. Let's find out how that system is functioning. Go to India. We have such good diplomatic relations with India, for example, right? Right. And I'm convinced they will be able to share that technological experience and progress with us, right? So let's use those international best practices and find how we can adopt it to a system in South Africa. So personally, I don't, but I would believe that we need to. And another thing is, what is very crucial, Madam Chair and panel, is that I come from a very strong research background. So I would believe that the IEC must use research and find out from the community their views about, do sample studies all over to find out the views about electronic voting. I mean, I generally spoke about, in the last few weeks in preparation for this interview, I spoke at random to people to get the views about the challenges and so on, even this weekend in Kariga. And they all said electronic voting will work because they all got phones, right? And what I'm saying is, let's research, let's conduct extensive research, let's look at best practices of other countries and adopt it in our country. Thank you.
Some research shows that part of the contributory factors to a lower voter turnout is the population mobility. And we know the socio-economic circumstances in our country probably contribute to the population mobility. What partnerships would you suggest the IEC should engage in to address this situation?
Okay. Right. I think before I even give you the partnerships, I must say that came up this weekend. When one of the community workers in Kariga told me, look at that house, and he pointed the house there. And he pointed the school there. He said, that people tried to go vote there, but they said they're not registered. They had to take transport to go register somewhere else, to go and vote somewhere else, because there was mobility. So we need that electronic system will work, because once you register your address and your decision, you can vote anywhere, right? You can vote anywhere. And you know what's the biggest problem, Madam Chair, is on voter day, right? On registration day, which is a holiday in South Africa, and voter day, it's a holiday in South Africa, the bulk of the people, a high percentage of people use that as a holiday and a recreation to go to malls and so on. So what I'm saying is we need to collaborate with the retail sector, for example, right? We need to collaborate with the retail sector and put pop-up registration and voting stations at the malls, because the people are inevitably going to be there, right? Because they've used that as an opportunity to bring their family to as a day outing. So we need to collaborate with the retail sector. There's 836,000 retail workers, bulk of them. I've just done a random, as a researcher, I'm always curious, and as an anthropologist, to ask people generally how they feel. Most of those people, they say, no, after they finish, they're too tired to go vote. So we're losing out on a very big sector of retail workers, 836,000 retail workers. So we need to collaborate with the retail establishments in the bigger malls and so on, put up pop-up thing. Another very important collaboration is with NGOs, right? NGOs play a vital sector in elections. There's a very good example of WEMP, W-E-M-P, Women Election Mechanism for Peace, right? That was established a few years ago by an NGO, and their role was to act as peace monitors and also conflict management at voter stations and everything. And I've been interacting with them in last year's election, and they were doing a remarkable work. So collaboration with the retail sector, collaboration with NGOs, collaboration with the Department of Basic Education, for example, because somebody mentioned that it is not the role of the IEC to provide civic education. So we need to collaborate with the Department of Basic Education so that civic education becomes an important element in the school curriculum, right? Life orientation is a by-the-way subject now. We need to make it living, right? And we need to add very important elements to the curriculum so that people are educated. So collaboration with the Department of Basic Education, Department of Higher Education for research, Department of, another good collaboration is, where there's a lot of foot traffic is the Department of Home Affairs, where people are sitting in queues. The hospitals, people are sitting the whole day there waiting for treatment. SASA offices, right? Department of Labor. You have large amounts of people there. We need to collaborate with those government agencies to promote IEC and advocacy, right? And by doing that, you have these same youth volunteers that I spoke about to go to those places and speak to people, give them pamphlets, educate them, show them, maybe simulated ballots. Because people, they're so confused because half of those logos are about the same colors. So people are confused. There's confusion in a voter. So we need to have simulated voter ballots, right? Where people have ballot papers simulated and the trainers showing them how to vote, right? So that on election day, they will do the right thing. So those collaborations are so vital for us to change the electoral system in this country so that we get more people. The whole idea, the ultimate end goal is to make people part of this country again. People are disjointed, fragmented. We need to bring them back again, right? I have spoken to a number of youth. They are so unhappy. We need to research with these youth structures, right? There's so much of youth structures. Collaborate to them, get them involved, because at the end of the day, the more... Oh, there's another very important element that I don't want to miss. Social media, I'm very active on social media. We need to, for advocacy's sake, use social media influencers. Identify certain social media influencers who have a high number of likes, right? When they post videos, right? High number of likes. We need to engage with those social media influencers so that we can collaborate with them so that they can promote advocacy for the IEC. I believe that we can do that and we can increase the number of people to register. There's two elements that we need to worry about, Madam Chair and panel. One element is the number of people that are eligible to vote but they don't want to register. And the number of people that have registered but don't go and register on those days. So those two elements we need to bring to the fore and try to work out strategies and collaboration with entities and structures, the corporate world. You know, if we engage, for example, I'm not going to use any company's name, but with cell phone providers and everything, if we engage with them and tell them to come and collaborate so that they can provide network coverage in all these places, automatically they're going to benefit because the economy is going to improve. If more people go vote and there's more, the percentage increases, then the economy starts growing and so on. So collaboration with all the corporate sector and government sector is crucial, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. That would be all from my side.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Govinda. We've reached the end of your interview. And unless there's anything you'd like to raise with us, you're free to go.
I'll be failing in my duty and if I don't say that in concluding this particular session, I think I have a responsibility together the other commissioners that's going to be appointed, whoever is going to be appointed. We have a responsibility to the citizens of this country, especially the youth sector. We owe it to them, right? They are the future leaders of this country. I owe it to my granddaughter Tanika, who turns 3 tomorrow, right? I owe it to Asanda Mbili, a young 15-year-old girl that we opened the doors for her when she was 3 months old and embraced her as part of our family and gave her a new life, new education. I owe it to a number of youth in this country that they are the future leaders and we need to do everything possible as the IEC to give them a platform and an opportunity to put that vote where it's supposed to be so they can make a difference in this community. And I would like to thank you all sincerely for giving me this opportunity. It was such an honor to be here amongst you guys, right? Thank you so much and God bless.
Thank you. All right, we'll adjourn for lunch. It's 15:11. Do we still take 45 minutes? Yeah. 45 minutes is enough. Okay. We'll come back at 4. Okay. We'll come back at 4 p.m. Yeah. And at 4 p.m. the candidate will be sitting there.